Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting of January 27th, 2026. Before we begin today, I'd like to thank council for all their attendance here today. I'd also like to thank staff for the facts and background information that they will be providing to council so that council can make the best decisions for the residents, business owners, and stakeholders of Clearwater County. I'd also like to thank any media that is in attendance today or virtually. And I'd also like to ask, before we begin today, if there's if any council members have would like to identify any possible conflicts or pecuniary interest on any agenda items here today. Councillor Levin.
I would like to be removed from application 3525 for potential conflict of interest.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Letwin. If there's no other conflicts or pecuniary interests possibly identified right now, we can also get to those as the agenda items come up. So at this time, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda if there's no additions or deletions to the agenda. Councillor Powell, you'd like to make the motion. Councillor Powell makes the motion to adopt the agenda as presented. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the minutes of the January 13th regular council meeting. Are there any errors or omissions noted in those meeting minutes? If none, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the meeting minutes from January 23rd, 2026. Councillor McCauley makes the motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes from January 13th. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those meeting minutes are adopted. Moving on. In our agenda to item 4.1, we have a 9 a.m. Public hearing for bylaw number 25-061 for application number 3525 to amend the land use bylaw on page 20. And I'd like to invite administration to present the background information on this item.
So James and Chantal Taylor own the Northwest 29 37-4, contains 136.15 acres. The land is located 1 mile south of the Evergreen Community Hall, 2 miles east of Secondary Highway 761, and 1.5 miles west of the Wall Street Road. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 10 acres from the Agricultural District to the Country Residential Agricultural District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants intend to proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to a CRA parcel.
Miss Billy, I do have a little bit of, just for process here, I will, my apologies, sure. I'll just back up here a little bit and we'll call this public hearing to order at 9:04. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that all cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. And firstly, the development officer will explain the background, which Ms. Billy's ready to begin that process. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the applications. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following these comments, will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. And before I turn it over to staff, we will do a round of introductions. And just before that, I would also like to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal, written information provided may be included in public documents as per access to the Information Act Sections 4 and Protection of Privacy Act Sections 2, 4, and 5. So we've got that stuff covered. Now we'll do just a quick round of introductions and we'll start with Ms. Powell.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Brief.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Starmack, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Holly Beely, Development Officer.
Good morning, Chantel Taylor, applicant.
Good morning, James Taylor, applicant.
Good morning and welcome to Council Chambers. At this point in time, I'd like to invite Ms. Billy again to provide the rest of the background information on this application, please.
So as previously stated, this is an application for James and Chantel Taylor, and it is located in the Evergreen area. Their proposal is described as flat land located in the west central portion of the quarter section. It is a developed site, complete with a residence, accessory buildings and services. The septic system is an open discharge system. Legal and physical access exists off Range Road 4-5 to the west, and the proposal would be considered the third title from the quarter section. The balance of the land is described as pasture land with minimal tree coverage and pockets of lower lying land. There is an existing yard site and corrals in the northwest corner and a 23-acre residential parcel in the southwest corner. These lands have existing access also off of Range Road 4-5. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with some residential. There is an environmental feature identified in the south central portion of the quarter section as wetland, which doesn't affect the proposal. There is also one well and one pipeline in the southwest or southeast portion of the land, and neither of them contain sour gas. So for policy considerations, the proposal will result in a future subdivision. The site is developed with permits in place for all structures, and it meets the setback distance requirements for a CRA parcel. Meets site specifics, utilizes lower quality agricultural land and the least amount of cultivated land based on the farmland assessment ratings supplied by the province, and it has legal and physical access. This proposal is supported by relevant policies outlined in the MGA, MDP, and Land Use Bylaw, other than one provision of 10.2.10, which outlines preferred locations is to abut an existing residential parcel, which this does not. This was done to reduce the overall parcel size and not interfere with existing cattle operations taking place on the balance of the land. As such, the panhandle access was left with the balance between the proposal and existing acreage, wherein a joint approach will be utilized to serve both properties. The maximum allowable size outlined in policy is 7 acres for a developed site. The 10-acre request is to accommodate existing residential amenities and services, which is permitted as per policy 1024A, should the redesignation be approved prior to a subdivision application. The existing open discharge septic system requires a 90-meter setback distance from any new property boundaries that are being created, which this proposal could achieve. At the regular council meeting held on November 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to this bylaw. And as required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the newspaper and on the county's website. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you very much for all the background information on the application. At this time, I'd like to ask if council has any questions or comments to the development officer. Deputy Reeve McKay.
What was MPC's recommendation when they reviewed this application? That doesn't seem to be part of this package.
It is coming up right next here,
Oh,
but I can go through them if you'd like.
I'm going to,
Okay.
if there's no other comments, do you have any further questions, Deputy Reeve?
no, sorry, I was just trying to find that.
Okay. I see no other comments at this time, Ms. Billy, so yeah, I'd like to,
For sure.
if you would like to present any comments received from any referral agencies.
We did receive referral comments. Blue Mountain Power Co-op outlined that they have a utility right-of-way, outlined that they require a utility right-of-way for the application. There's an overhead power line on the land that only services the proposal, and that the balance of the quarter would require to enter into utility right-of-way. And then they provided their standard comments on how to contact them. Clearwater County's Assessment Department advised that the property assessment and resulting property tax are subject to change if this application was successful. Public Works Infrastructure outlined no objections, and that if it was to be approved, at the subdivision stage, they would require a future acquisition of land agreement along the west for potential road widening in the future. Public Works Operations outlined no concerns. The existing joint approach meets county standards, and there's access to the remainder of the corridor. TELUS also indicated no concerns. And the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and toured the property on January 21st. MPC's motion that council favorably consider granting second and third reading was defeated for the following reasons. The size of the proposal could be reduced to comply more with policy. The septic system could be replaced to reduce the overall parcel size. The panhandle access for the remainder of the quarter section is a concern. And the south boundary of the proposal could be relocated to abut the existing acreage to the south. And those are all the comments we received from agencies.
Thank you again, Ms. Billy, for the additional comments. I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to the proposal and add any comments in support of your request and respond to any agency comments, please, if you choose.
Thank you, Reeve. So in regards to the application, the size that we are putting forth is to accommodate the already established septic system that's in there. And then in regards to the approach and the panhandle that they call there, it can go either way. We could butt up to the existing subdivision that's there, or leave it as proposed there due to having access also to the pasture through that quarter. And given that the lease site is in the pasture, so the lease company, we thought it might be simpler for them as well to keep it part of the remaining of the parcel. And we are applying to do the subdivision in hopes to create a second parcel on there with the hopes of selling to recoup costs that are due to some family health reasons and financial reasons that have occurred in the last year. We're open to any questions or feedback from council as well in regards to this application.
Okay. Thank you very much for the comments. Does council have any questions or comments at this time? I'm seeing none. So I'd like to invite any comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of this application in person. Jana, do we have any virtual attendance today?
No public members were registered today.
Okay, so if there are any members of the public that would like to speak in favor of this application today, they can make their way up to the microphone, but I'm not seeing any. And before moving on, do we have any written submissions that are in favor of this application?
No written submissions were received.
Okay, that else, so we'll move on now. We'd like to invite any comments from any member of the public wishing to speak opposed to the application. And I'll check with Ms. Thompson again. Do we have any? There's still no registered.
No virtual members were registered for this one today.
Okay, I just want to double check for the opposition. I guess one final call. I don't see any members of the public that are wishing to speak in opposition. So, before moving on again, Ms. Billy, do we have any written submissions opposing the request?
No other written submissions were received.
Okay, at this time I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
We would appreciate your consideration in approving this application for the subdivision, and we are open to considerations on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I see any further discussion or any comments? Councillor McCauley.
I'm looking at the aerial. The septic system is on the east side, on the other side of that fence. Is that where it goes? Because I kind of zoom in and you can see that there is a diagonal fence on the property.
Yes.
So it's on the other side of that fence, and that's why that's included?
Yes.
It's just a pour out, or what type of septic is that?
It's a pump.
Pump out, sorry?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So the size is to accommodate the setbacks for the pump out.
So it could be, with a newer style septic system, it could be pulled back to where that fence line was?
Yes.
Absolutely. Gotcha.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further comments at this time. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I would like to agree with the MPC findings. I think that they were right in what they decided. But I think if that septic system was a newer system, this acreage could be reduced to the 7 acres that we accept. And that south line could be moved to the other, right up against the other adjoining acreage that's there. So I would agree with the MPC.
Okay, at this time, we're still in a public hearing. I just wanted to give council members an opportunity to ask the applicant any questions at this time, but we can have further discussion during second and third readings. If not, I don't see any other questions from council, so I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:17 a.m. On this item, we do have another public hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m., but we do have a little bit of time here to move forward into the agenda for consideration of second and third reading on this item. And again, I'll pass it over. I'd like to invite Ms. Billy to provide the additional background for second and third readings on this item.
For sure. So the purpose of this bylaw is to redesignate 10 acres within the Taylor land from the agricultural district to the CRA district. As outlined during the public hearing, the applicant's proposal meets the requirements outlined in policy. The oversized parcel request is to encompass existing amenities and services as per 1024A. One provision of policy 10.2.10 outlines a preferred location for subdivision be adjacent to the existing acreage, and further details on this can be found in the public hearing package. At first reading of this bylaw was granted on November 25th. A comment was made at that time that the proposal abut the existing acreage. For clarity, if council was to consider including that panhandle access without reducing any other sizes, it would result in a 12.5 acre parcel. At this time, administration is recommending council consider granting second and third reading to redesignate 10 acres to the CRA designation to allow the applicant's opportunity to subdivide. Alternatively, council could look to amend the overall size and boundaries slightly or deny the application. And I'm going to turn it back over to council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Billy. So this time we'd be looking for a motion for second reading, and we can proceed to discussion on the item. Or any comments? Just Ms. Billy?
Before you make a motion for second reading, I just want to ask the applicants if they have anything they'd like to add.
Thank you, Ms. Billy. So yes, in regards to the MPC's findings with their visit, we are willing to modify the application to reduce its size down to roughly 5.5 acres. And I believe we got the new size proposal there. So this would then butt up to the existing property line as per one of the concerns on the MPC review, as well as it was reduce its size down to 5.5, making it under the 7 acres as per policy. This would then result in an upgrade to the septic field, making it policy for that size then. So we are willing to accommodate the MPC's concerns on there and propose.
Yeah, I think that eliminates all 3 concerns that were risen.
Okay, thank you very much for the information there. Again, we'd be looking for a motion or comments. If we did have a motion, we can focus discussion on that motion. councils. This was just presented to council. They had no prior viewing of this amendment to the application here. Councillor McCauley, please.
What's the, just process, what's the process, that makes more sense to me. If we wanted to move forward with that motion, is it just a motion as amended? So
That would make the, that would be
I would,
proper.
I would consider granting second reading as amended.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley. That council approve bylaw 25061, application number 3525 as amended.
Can we speak to the motion?
Absolutely. There right now is the opportunity for council members to ask questions, to have discussion. So Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor McCauley. I just want to clarify the process here. Because this is a very different application than what we saw previously, does this need to be reviewed again by MPC? For anybody on MPC or admin, can somebody, I'm not on MPC, so this is really, seems like we're missing a step here, but.
So generally, when MPC goes out and tours a property, administration will inform the applicants of what was discussed on site, so they're aware of what's going on moving forward. And then the applicants had stopped into the office and spoke with the manager of planning to discuss potential to make it fit more with what MPC was looking for on site. So it would be a slight amendment. The septic system would be replaced at the time of subdivision. And council has the right to either motion for second reading, or you could deny it, you could ask us to come back.
Or an amendment, as this is right now.
Yeah, or an
which is
amendment as this is now, yes.
And I apologize again, being not familiar enough with the procedure. Would the septic need to be redone before subdivision approval was granted by administration?
So what would happen is if the redesignation was successful, the applicants will make their subdivision application, which would go before the Municipal Planning Commission, and replacing the septic system would be a condition of the subdivision should it be successful.
Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak, please go ahead.
With this new form and a new relocation and down to 5.5 acres and up against the south property line, I'm in agreement with this as long as those amendments are fulfilled according to the MPC. I will be voting in favor of this motion.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councillor Cermak, any further discussion? Any other additional comments or anything from administration? Seeing none. Oh, Deputy Reeve McKay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead, please.
Just another point of clarification with the additional yard site in the northwest corner. Is that conflicting with our bylaws? Because there's now, I don't even know, it's kind of a unique situation, right? I just want to make sure that we're.
So the yard site in the northwest, they can have a yard site there, they could have additional residences out there if the policy permits that. This proposal for the subdivision and land use amendment should not affect any yard sites on the balance of the land. Does that answer your question?
I just know there is wording in section 10 that does sort of talk about additional yard sites when taking parcels up, but maybe that's just with regards to bare parcels.
I think at this time the applicant would, do you have a comment, Mr. Taylor?
Just on,
Please.
on that existing yard site in the northwest corner, it's not gonna be a yard site. We're turning that into pasture. All we got there is corrals. It's an abandoned house. That house was supposed to be gone this year, but all these other issues arose this year. It's gonna be one shed and our corrals are set up there. If we had an updated picture, you could see we've rebuilt all the corrals and, we're gonna fence that off and that's all gonna be turned into pasture. Like there won't be a yard site there. I guess there'll be a gas riser. It's already disconnected. There is no gas on site. There'll just be power for a pump house for our water. Our plans though are, there will be no yard there. It's gonna get fenced as soon as, if we can figure out what's happening here, it'll all be pasture.
Thanks for that.
Okay, any further discussion or comments, questions? I know during the development of the municipal development plan, there was a survey that was completed and it did indicate that the larger majority of residents of Clearwater County that did participate in the development of the 2023 municipal development plan didn't show that the third title was desirable by the majority of the residents that supported or filled out and filed that survey. So I'll make that comment. Councillor Shermack, go ahead, please.
I would just like to make a comment about that, Reeve Northcott. I know that a lot of people did not agree with the third parcel out, but I did think that it was a great idea for people that needed the money or were in financial states and they wanted to remain farming. I think it's a great option for people like that are in need. And I think it also gives somebody else that isn't in our county and would like to live in our county access to a piece of land in this great county of ours. I think it's great that we allow this. This option is available to more than just the residents of this county. We can open our arms to new people coming into our county. I think it's great. Thank you.
Any further? I'm going to call the questions. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of second reading as amended? All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. That is a tie vote and it is defeated. 3-3 tie. That would conclude that agenda item. We are at 9:30 and we do have another public hearing scheduled for this time. It is item 4.2 on today's agenda, and I'd like to invite Councillor Letwin back to council chambers. So we're moving on into item 4.2 on today's agenda. A public hearing for bylaw number 25065 for application number 4125 to amend the land use bylaw on page 38 of today's agenda. So I will call the public hearing to order. It is 9:30 actually on the minute. So call the public hearing to order at 9:30. And during this, I'll explain the process. During the public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as the process will take longer than our past process as we work through technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you were watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best you mute YouTube and listen via online meeting as there's a 30-second delay on the channel. If you're participating via online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided. we will add you back into the meeting. So for process, firstly, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion, and firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the applications. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received or agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present in person and whomever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go to online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. So following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for in-person participants and then online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. And before I turn it over to Mr. Clark for the background, we will take a quick moment to do a quick round of introductions. And again, we'll start with Ms. Powell.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Lewin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome to Council Chambers, Jordan Northcott, Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Ryan Surmat, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Rob Naniga.
Doris Nandigai.
Welcome to Council Chambers, and I'd like to invite Mr. Clarkton to introduce the background information on this item.
Thank you, Reeve. Morning, Council. Before you is Bylaw 25/065 to redesignate 5 acres off the southeast 35/36/5 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. The applicants, Robert and Doris Naniga, currently holds the title to the subject quarter section, containing approximately 150.88 acres, located 10.4 kilometers northwest of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicants made an application to redesignate the proposed area. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners intend to proceed with an application to subdivide to create a separate title to the proposed 5-acre parcel. The proposed undeveloped parcel is located in the south central portion of the quarter section. The proposed area is described as having a gentle slope towards the east and predominantly treed with mature vegetation. Alberta Wetlands Inventory has identified the wetlands in the southwestern portion of the proposal. However, based on preliminary site investigation, this area appears to be potentially developable. The applicants have indicated that the northern half of the quarter section has historically been used for agricultural production, while the southern half of the quarter section is not considered productive farmland. The applicants propose that the redesignated area and the remainder of the quarter section to share an existing approach off of Township Road 36/5 adjacent to the southern boundary. The balance of the quarter section consists of a mixture of heavily treed areas and pasture land in the northeast portion of the quarter section. Alberta Wetlands Inventory has also identified wetlands located in the western half of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from a shared approach from Township Road 36/5 adjacent to the south property boundary, and an existing approach off of Range Road 5-1 adjacent to the east property boundary. The surrounding lands is surrounding lands in areas predominantly agricultural with some residential parcels. Has council had a chance to review the policies associated with this application? If so, moving forward, planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 5-acre undeveloped residential parcel in the south central of the subject quarter section. Legal and physical access to both the proposed area and the proposed redesignated area and the remainder of the quarter section by a shared approach off of a county maintained road, Township Road 36/5, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.5. And an additional approach is located on Range Road 5-1, adjacent to the east property boundary. The proposed redesignation is ideally situated on a quarter section in the lowest quality, land quality, with the least possible impact on the cultivated land. The land suitability rating indicates that half of the proposed area for redesignation is not suitable for agricultural, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.10B and C. The proposed size complies with CRA requirements as outlined in the land use bylaw. Should the land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the second parcel out of the quarter section, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.2. First reading at regular council meeting was held at December 9th, 2025. Council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/065. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local papers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25/065. Thank you.
Thank you for the background information on this agenda item, Mr. Clark. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to outline any reasons for the applications, for this application, or comments.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for the opportunity. So before we started this app, we checked with county planning about what's required to meet the second parcel out guidelines. And we're under the understanding that the proposal meets all the requirements except one. That being that council prefers the two parcels touch each other. The current proposal was surveyed to ensure that it does not conflict with the low area to the west, and also provides a bit more privacy by having it split up a little bit, because people like to argue their horses leaning over the other guy's fence. So, but we have no problem shifting the proposed parcel over to touch the existing acreage. I just my idea for separating it. And the soil and the area is certainly not prime agricultural land. We've tried farming that top little piece in the corner, but it's got boulders in it, and you can see some existing holes and stuff, and we gave up and seeded her down to pasture. This seems to be the best use for it, and the deer like it too, mind you. So by allowing acreages in areas like this, the county is providing economical building sites for its residents. There's much less initial cost as compared to a full quarter, which is very helpful to somebody who's starting out. Of course, more residents help offset the cost of maintaining infrastructure by increasing the tax base. And the county won't do too bad on it either, because the first parcel's already out, so we get to write you a check for in lieu of land, what you take back. So we agree totally that subdividing good farmland is certainly something to avoid. We're 100% behind that. But this land is more recreational than farmland, and we believe this proposal helps the county meet the demand for building sites without losing valuable ag land. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any council members that would like to ask any questions of the development officer. I'm seeing none, so I will invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies.
Thank you, Reeve. Comments were received from Alberta Health Services. They provided their standard comments in regards to setback for septic systems. Outside of that, they have no objections with the application. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objections with the proposed application and wanted the applicant to know that Blue Mountain Power Co-op is a member-owned nonprofit distribution-wide services provided that provides service in the area. Clearwater County Assessment provided comments saying, should the application be successful, please advise the applicant that the property assessed and the resulting property taxes are subject to change. For further information, contact the Clearwater County Assessment Department. Public Works Operations has reviewed the application to amend the land use bylaw request. Public Works Infrastructures indicated that the joint approach meets county standard. Public Works, that was Public Works Operations. Public Works Infrastructure reviewed the proposal and has no objections and requested road widening be a part of the subdivision application. Fire Services has no concerns with the proposed application. Fortis Alberta has no concerns with the proposed application. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on December 17th, 2025. MPC defeated a motion that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 41/25. MPC provided comments for the reason for the decision is that the parcel is undeveloped and this is the reduction of agricultural land. TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to the proposal and add any comments in support of your request and respond to any agency comments.
Well, this picture isn't up there, but they got this red area. Yeah, apparently that unsuitable means it's unsuitable for farming. So we're crowded into the red area as much as we can without touching on the environmentally sensitive area to the west, because we actually had it surveyed in. So Bob Hagsma claims he knows all this stuff. But anyway, that's as far west as we can go. And it includes as much unsuitable land as possible. But if you want to shift it to the right, to the far east, it's entirely up to you. But we kind of like it where it's at, and that's about all I can say about it, so. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the comments, and as indicated, you'd be open to amendments to the application. At this time, I'd like to invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting here this morning and wishing to speak in favor of this application. I'm not seeing any members in the gallery. Ms. Thompson, do we have any members of the public virtually attending?
No virtual members were registered today.
Okay, thank you. And before moving on, I'd like to check with Mr. Clark and see if we have any written submissions in favor of this application.
No written submissions were received.
Okay, moving on. I'd like to invite any comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting here this morning and wishing to speak in opposition of this application. And again, I am not seeing any residents or any attendance in the gallery. So, Ms. Thompson, do we have any virtual attendance of any members of the public that are wishing to speak in opposition to this application?
Thank you, Reeve. No virtual participants were registered.
Okay, and Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions in opposition to this application?
No written submissions were received at this time.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
None, thanks.
Okay, at this time, it is 9:46, and we will close the public hearing at 9:46 a.m. And no motions will be entertained at this time, but we will move down in our agenda to, as we do have a little bit of time here to discuss second and third readings on this matter, we'll move down to item 5.2 in today's agenda on page number 97, and we'll discuss second and third readings. I'd like to pass the floor over to Mr. Clark again to provide the background information on this agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of Bylaw 25/065 is to amend Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw 25/050 to redesignate 5 acres of the southeast 35/36/5 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural districts. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda for the public hearing for any additional details. At council meeting held on December 9th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 25/065. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper for comments, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second or third reading to Bylaw 25/065. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Does council at this time have any comments, questions, or council member willing to make a motion for second reading or amendments to this application? If not, I do have one. Oh, Deputy, I do have a question, Mr. Clark, and it's just regarding one of the agency comments, and it's from Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure. It indicates that road widening will be required as part of the subdivision. Which road and who would bear those costs?
So road widening from Public Works. So in the future, if they intend to widen the road, they would be asking for a sliver of land, and that will be a standard process for Public Works when considering widening any other public roads. So the county will be approaching the landowners for considerations when it comes to widening that road. Also, as a part of subdivision, the landowners signed a caveat to put on title saying that they will be aware that sometime in the future, road widening may be taken, and the cost for that road widening is borne by the county, to my knowledge, and it's part of their process if Public Works intend to widen that road in the future.
Thank you very much for that information. Yeah. Does any other council members, questions, comments, discussion, or a motion at this time? I see Deputy Reeve McKay, and I also see Councillor McCauley. Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead.
I would like to make the motion granting second reading to Bylaw 25/065 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for second reading on this application. If there is any further discussion, I'm not seeing any. I'll provide a comment. For consistency, I know that I was present for the development of the 2023 Municipal Development Plan, and there was a survey that was completed, and it was not desirable by the large majority of the residents in Clearwater County to have the third title per quarter section of land, so no, this would be the third title. Yeah, because there's one parcel subdivided off, then you'd have the balance, and this would be creating the third, which wasn't desired by many residents in Clearwater County. So I just would like to make that comment before I call the question. I see Councillor McCauley.
Just on that comment, we're in a strategic planning meeting yesterday, and we saw how behind the entire county is on our payment for water services. If we don't expand our tax base, industry isn't going to be able to foot these bills for eternity. We will fall behind. Without smart-
Mr. McCauley, sorry. We do have a motion on the floor, and just to keep discussion focused on the specific motion on hand.
It's just, it is specific
I don't mean
to
to
this.
be, I'm not trying to, if everybody had discussions about every other item that I understand, absolutely understand, Mr. McCauley. However, to keep discussion focused on the motion is the priority at this time. So we do have a motion on the floor to grant second reading for this application. Is there any discussion that is relevant to the motion or amendments? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated.
Thanks. No worries. It's a tough decision for you guys to, because we gotta watch, we don't fragment our ag land. Not all wrong. Thanks.
Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
understanding.
No worries.
And at this time, and Councillor McCauley, I just really wanted to make sure that my comments to keep the discussion focused was in no way intended to be rude, but really efficiencies of time in council chambers is all. At this time, we'll take a short 5-minute break. We have a public hearing at 10 o'clock, so we will take a short 5-minute break. Welcome back from our short recess. Carrying on in today's agenda, to item 4.3, we have a 10 a.m. public hearing for bylaw number 25066 for application number 3925 and bylaw number 25067 for application number 4025 and to amend the land use bylaw on page 57 of today's agenda. I'll call this public hearing to order at 10 a.m. and I'll explain the process. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. If you're attending online, we'll inform you when it's your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposition to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the YouTube channel, it is best that you mute YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via online meeting or telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided, and we will add you back into this meeting. So for process, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak will be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that all cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. And firstly, administration will explain the background of this application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. And then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application and respond to agency comments. Then, anyone who is present in person and whomever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. So after that, we'll go and we will ask anyone, anyone that is attending virtually, if they would like to speak in favor of the application. And following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. First for in-person participants and then online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. And before I turn it over to staff, for the background information, we'll do a quick round of introductions and we'll start with Ms. Powell again.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Lemon, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome to Council Chambers, Jordan Northcott and Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Surmat, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Mary Jans, applicant.
Beth Jones.
Well, welcome to Council Chambers, and at this time I'd like to invite Ms. Gillam to outline the background of this application.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. So Marie and Beverly Jans, whole title of the Northeast 3234-4, located approximately 1.5 miles north of Highway 587. The landowners have made application to redesignate 9.5 acres from the Agriculture District to the Recreation Minor District and 7 acres to the Country Residential Agriculture District. Pending the adoption of the land use amendment, the landowners would proceed with subdivision of both parcels. The resolution to adopt the outline plan will be considered after the public hearing is held, but prior to the consideration of second and third readings. The landowners also own the existing parcel out south of the proposed parcels, being approximately 6.99 acres, and it's a CRA parcel. The parcel was taken out in 2011 as the first residential parcel from the southeast quarter section. And there was a consolidation with the portion of the northeast just to get that shape because the building straddled the property boundary. In November of 2019, the landowners received approval to operate a wedding and event venue on the residential parcel and also on the quarter section that would allow for overnight camping. In the northeast quarter, it had a parcel created when the county was an improvement district, and they installed a speed corner in 1979, and then the parcel was taken out as a fragmentation. So the northeast quarter does not qualify for an additional title out of the quarter section without the requirement for a land use amendment. The landowners require an outline plan to proceed with the proposed land use amendments and subdivisions, as the proposed parcels would be the third and fourth titles out of the quarter. The applicants are requesting the above to allow for their children to live on their family land. And I've also included a number of policies related to both the recreation and residential parcels on being proposed, as well as the sections from the land use bylaw related to both of those as well. So, policy considerations, the proposed redesignations are to allow for the creation of the 9.5 acre recreation parcel to operate the camping and parking portion of the wedding and event venue, and a developed 7 acre residential parcel in the southeast portion of the lands. Legal and physical access exists for the proposed residential parcel and the balance of the quarter section off Range Road 4-4. A joint access with the existing residential parcel will be required to be constructed for the recreation parcel. The land suitability rating system for this property identifies this quarter as medium-low quality farmland. The parcels have been proposed on the portion of the quarter where there's already a residence and stands of trees on the uncultivated portion of the property and adjacent to the existing residential parcel per MDP policy 10.2.10. MDP policy 6.2.8C indicates a multi-lot residential subdivision may be approved if certain criteria is met, including that the proposed subdivision is not within 0.8 kilometers of a gravel resource extraction area or known gravel resource extraction area. The proposed residential parcel is within a known resource area per the attached map with an existing pit in the south portion of the southeast quarter section. However, the proposed residential parcel is an existing developed site. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcels will continue to be used for residential and recreation purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivisions be approved, the parcels would be considered the third and fourth title out of the quarter section. Therefore, the applicants have prepared a brief outline plan per MDP policy 10.2.7 for the subdivision of additional parcels from the quarter section. And that's it for my presentation at this time.
Thank you very much for the background information, Ms. Gillum. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to outline the reasons for the application.
Okay, so I wasn't sure if this would come now or if it come at the end, but I do, just so can you follow along? Yeah, okay. It looks long, but it's big print.
We're gonna last next. Sorry. My apologies.
Okay, good afternoon, Council, Planning, and the public. I know that the application has been approved to you and that Ms. Gillum has presented from Planning. Thank you for doing so. I'm wanting to review our application and provide explanation and clarification to some of the areas of concern. Our background, my parents purchased the east half of 3234 west of the 5th in 1974. Farming and family was their life. In 2010, Murray and I bought the northeast quarter, where we farmed and raised our children. In 2019, we decided to partially transition from farm life of a cow-calf operation to pasturing the land and developing a wedding venue. We came through COVID as a family and have created, with a lot of learning and hard work, a successful wedding and events venue, Diamond in the Rough. We were able to host weddings of up to 200 people with indoor and outdoor ceremonies. There was on-site parking and an area for friends and family to camp. The average number of camping units we would have for a wedding would be 8 to 10. Our house can also be rented for the nights of the wedding, and we also have a shuttle van that can transport to local hotels. Safety of our guests is of utmost importance. With camping, the house, and the shuttle, we were able to provide that. As well, many of the vendors our couples choose are local. The plan. Murray and I are planning on semi-retiring from the wedding business. Our adult children have been involved since day one. Our succession plan involves the venue being managed by our daughters, Lacey, our youngest daughter, and her family. We're hoping to purchase the 7-acre parcel and eventually build a home where the present residence is located. Leah, our oldest daughter, is hoping to purchase the 9.5-acre parcel where the camping area is located and build a home there. In doing so, it will locate them in proximity to be able to run and manage the business. Landon, our youngest son, is farming in the area and is hopeful that he can purchase the balance of the quarter, which is the farmable portion, and can continue what his grandfather started. Farming is our heritage. We value and respect the land. Our proposal does not take away from the farmland. It is not segregating farmable chunks of land from the quarter. These two parcels are located in the southeast corner and do not have any significant farming potential. In here, I just wanted to add that we do recognize that there is a parcel out of the top corner that is a piece that was fragmented when the county did that road adjustment. It is not farmable. It wasn't of our choice, and there's very little room for anything. There is a house there. Another concern that was expressed was the location of the proposed parcels and Rick Martin's gravel pit to the south of us. Sorry, I gotta go back up. Concerns. We are aware of the concerns with our proposals. I used to work for the county and I understand how redesignating districts can open up the potential for an assortment of developments. Under the Recreation Minor District, which is what we need for the camping area, hotels and hostels are listed. We have no intention of building either for 3 reasons. 1, the cost of servicing such an endeavor with water and septic would be atrocious. 2, the location would not support such a development. We are too far from any center and the venue guests would not create enough business to make it viable. And 3, we have absolutely no interest in such a development. We enjoy our family-owned and operated venue and do not want a commercial development as part of it. Another concern that was expressed was the location of the proposed parcels and Rick Martin's gravel pit to the south of us. It is located on the southern border of the southeast quarter that my parents previously owned. There's been a pit there since we came to the area. My brother was the one who took out the original permit for the pit. We have no issue with the operations of it. The main haul route is south to Highway 587, so it rarely has trucks passing the parcels. The hours of operation are very reasonable, and there is a border of trees separating us from the pit. In addition, the building sites for the parcels would be towards the west end of each, giving a buffer of distance from the road in regards to noise and dust. Rick has owned the property for several years now, and we have mutually respectful relationships as neighbors, fellow business operators, and as farmers as he pastures the remainder of the quarter. We do not have any intention of changing the use of the operation of the land. No significant development of the parcels aside from the residences will be done. This includes no further development of the camping area beyond a green space for some of the guests. We've previously looked at other options, but for our girls to be able to continue the family business and our son to be able to take over the farmland, they will require financing with that. Separate titles are required by financial institutions for mortgages. For our family to continue to be stewards of the land as we have for over 50 years, we request the council approve these applications. If there is a hesitation, we would like to invite council to come out and see the plan in person before a decision is made. Our children have a letter to council that they would like us to present and read. To whom it may concern. We are writing in response to the county's inquiries regarding land use, subdivision, and rezoning for considerations related to our family-owned quarter section. We, Bev and Murray's 3 children, Leah, Lacey, and Landon, wish to clarify that in order to keep the land within our family long-term and to allow Leah and Lacey to build their permanent residence on the property, separate titles would be required. Each individual would need a separate title to obtain mortgage financing, as financial institutions require this in order to approve construction and residential mortgages. Without separate titles and residences on the land, our ability to effectively manage and take over operation from our parents seeking retirement at the existing wedding venue would be limited. Additionally, Landon would require a separate title to enable him to finance the remaining balance of the quarter section that he intends to farm. This separation is necessary to support the ongoing agricultural use of the land while maintaining financial feasibility. We would also like to address concerns related to the existing gravel pit. A gravel pit has been operating in its present location for as long as we can remember. We have no issues or concerns with its continued operation, nor do we foresee any in the future. The stipulated hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, along with the requirement for notice, more than adequately address any potential concerns. Furthermore, the primary haul route is located south of the gravel pit, which does not impact our property for its use. Please find attached an additional statement from Leah addressing matters related to the camping area and rezoning considerations. We appreciate the opportunity to provide clarification and respectfully request that these points be taken into consideration as part of the county's review process. The attached statement from Leah. I would like to clarify that there are no plans to further develop the existing camping area beyond the current green space provided for wedding guests. This area is intended solely as temporary, unserviced accommodation during wedding events. There are no plans to install service sites, and none will be required or developed. With respect to the rezoning provisions that includes hotels and hostels, there is no practical intention to pursue this type of development. The cost associated with servicing such facilities, particularly water and septic infrastructure, would be prohibitively high. Additionally, our rural location and operational needs of the wedding venue do not support or justify this level of development. For these reasons, hotel and hostel use is not being considered, and it is not a component of our long-term plans for the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the the information and your comments. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any comments or questions from council members to the development officer. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, that piece of land that was divided off in the northwest corner there, did the landowner have any rights to say no, he didn't want that divided, or did the county just take that land? Or did the county just put the road through him and he was left with that piece of land that's useless to anybody?
Ms. Killen, please.
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how they do acquisitions for speed corners or road stuff. I mean, obviously they would have approached the landowner and indicated that they wanted to take or purchase that land to be able to make that corner. And given the hill there, it was likely a reason of safety, because and trying to go up the hill to go over for a hard corner there likely isn't practical. But Rick might be able to clarify a bit more.
Yes, typically Clearwater County would look at our invested interest would be to not only purchase the property required to accommodate that speed bend at the intersection, but also that triangle that are left behind. Just helps us for maintaining any drainage, visibility issues with the brushing. So I would suggest respectfully that one's a little bit unique, because normally we would have taken the entire diamond out.
So the residents of that land, could have they said, no, you're not gonna do that, you have to go up and keep it square?
I believe the agenda states this happened prior to Clearwater County.
It was in the 40s.
No. 70s. It was done by
Sorry.
that was done during the ID time.
So that would have been ID 10. Councillor Cermak, you're testing my memory on their policies far too many decades ago, but I can definitely speak to Clearwater counties today. ID 10 had an entirely different set of philosophies and policies.
Yeah, so the landowner didn't have a whole lot to say about it, I take it. I do have one more question.
Go ahead, Councillor Cermak, please.
MPC, were they out and visited this land? And what did they have to say about it?
Ms. Gillum?
I can address that if you want me to go to the agency comments.
Yeah, we do,
They were out and
They
visited here?
didn't attend. I didn't take them out there, just given the location. I went out and did a site inspection and took a number of pictures and then provided those to MPC instead of taking them out physically to the property.
maybe at this time to address Councillor Chermak's comments, I'll invite Ms. Gillum to present any comments received from referral agencies. Please.
So Alberta Health Services, they had a few comments, so just based on information provided, for, the 7-acre parcel with an existing dwelling services by well and septic, and subsequent, they have no concerns, with this portion of the application. And then for the other, for the 9.5 acre parcel, and subsequent creation of title. The intended use for this parcel is a combination of residential and future use as a wedding and event venue with a combination of tourist and related activities. Servicing the wedding venue itself, they know is serviced by a 3,500 gallon septic tank, 50 feet east of the wedding venue, and will remain part of the remainder parcel and will not be located on the 9.5 acre parcel. The wedding venue associated campground, green spaces and parking is on the 9.5 acres. Long-term plans for the future dwelling to be serviced by the well and septic on that parcel. In future development, it just indicated the outline plan did not include any details on plans for small-scale fixed-roof resort accommodations. And they note that campgrounds fall under public health recreation area regulations and nuisance general sanitation regulations. If future development of the parcel is planned, Alberta Health requests opportunity to review the plans of the development stage to ensure the protection of public health, including potable water, toilet, and accommodations. The current campground is serviced by a portable toilet. It's unclear if the campground users are granted 24-hour access to the additional toilet facilities within the wedding and event venue itself. Under the recreation areas regulation, campgrounds must be provided adequate toilet facilities. Based on accommodation projections provided in the outline plan, with no mention of additional tenting, Alberta Health recommends at minimum the following number of toilets for the campground. So for the sites, for 20 sites, there should be 4, and then for 50 sites, there should be 10. While the wedding event venue parking lot and unserviced campground area will be continued within the newly 9.5 acre parcel, each of the 3 parcels will have its own drinking water and septic services. Alberta Health recommends consideration of the following items to ensure that the development of this property does not create a nuisance. And it's their standard for water well that has a setback from septic systems and other things of that nature. And they have no objections to the approval of this application. And then if you have any questions, to contact them. And then Blue Mountain Power Co-op is incorporated as REA, will require utility right-of-way for the proposed subdivision. The overhead power line on the property will only be servicing the proposed subdivision. The existing parcel will require utility right-of-way. So they require that from the owner of the existing parcel prior to subdivision. Public Works Operations has reviewed the applications to amend the land use bylaw. Public Works Operations indicate the existing approaches meet county standards. Clearwater Regional Fire has no concerns or comments regarding the 2 parcels. Fortis Alberta has no concerns regarding the land use bylaw amendment. Plains Midstream, there are no concerns from Plains Midstream in regards to this application. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on January 21st. MPC, defeated, I'm not sure what happened there, a motion that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application, 3925 for Bylaw 25066, given that the close proximity to the gravel pit, and not all listed uses in the recreational district may be appropriate in this area, such as a hotel. And then additionally, MPC defeated a motion that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the land use bylaw 4025 for Bylaw 25067. The MPC provided the following reasons. Again, close proximity to a gravel pit, which doesn't meet the policy requirements and could mean an increase in residences in the area. And that was it.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to the proposal and to add any comments in support of your request and to respond to any of the agency comments.
I think most of it I did cover in the, what I had handed you previously. As Brian was referring to that first parcel, there was no choice in that. That was decided by the ID at that time. So in my opinion, that would fall under a fragmented parcel that was not of our benefit at that time at all. What I'd said in there, we don't, kind of what made us think that this may be possible is that we're not taking from the farmland. We're not changing the purpose of it. We're keeping it very, it's not segregating, there's not going to be any strange pieces out of it. And it's something that we very much want to do. We want to move forward with our children taking over, and to take over the whole thing is not possible for them, but this is a way to be able to do it for both.
And then too, in there, the Alberta Health, was it? Like for the 9-acre parcel, for us, it's super easy because nothing's there. Like for her to drill her well and her septic, and we'll just follow whatever rules is needed. It's because there isn't a residence there right at the moment. There's nothing to making it however it needs to be.
Okay. Do you have any further comments at this time or any?
Also, the porta potty thing, they do have access to the washroom,
No, we don't access at night, not 24 hour.
but while you're waiting.
Yeah, during the day they're able to, but not 24 hour.
Okay.
And
To the venue.
And to the 3,500 gallon, they call it a septic tank for the venue. It's a holding tank. There is no field, there is nothing. We have it pumped out when it's needed.
Okay. If you have any other remarks or comments, I'll move on and I'd like to invite any members of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in favor of this application. If there are any members of the public that are in the gallery that would like to speak in favor of this application, seeing none. And I know Ms. Thompson, you did indicate that there was some virtual attendance, so I'd like to invite any comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of this application.
Pardon me?
Don't know who that person is.
Okay. I'll just ask if, for virtual attendance, for the individual that is online, would you like to speak in favor of this application? I'm seeing no comments. This will be the last opportunity. For the individual that is in attendance virtually, would you like to speak in favor of this application? Hearing none. So before moving on, I'd like to check with administration and see if there are any written submissions in favor of this application or this request. Seeing none.
Yes, we did have one comment received from the neighbor to the south for the gravel pit. Trina Martin, she says, I'm writing this email on behalf of Rick Martin Trucking, who owns the property to the south of the proposed application. We mostly support landowners to do as they desire without breaking laws, etc., on their own properties, such as this proposal. However, I would like to remind and advise the existing gravel pit operations directly adjoining the proposed application. We may not have significant concerns at this time. However, we will have concerns if or when property sells or changes ownership. And that's it.
And I do see that if council members, if we could just carry on with the public hearing, and I'll give, we'll move on. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Gilm. We will have council comments here just momentarily, but I'd like to move on and invite any members of the public who are in attendance in person at the meeting wishing to speak in opposition to this application. if there are any members in attendance here this morning in the gallery that are in opposition to this application. I'm seeing none. I'd like to invite any comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. And I'll go back to Ms. Thompson and the online participant if they would like to speak in opposition of this application. Okay, no, I'm just allowing that, just a little bit of time here. So I'm seeing no comments from the individual or the people that are online to speak in opposition, so I'd like to check with administration, see if there are any written letters or written submissions opposing this request.
No written submissions were received.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
The one thing I can think of is that gravel pit, the only gravel that's been hauled out of there, I rented a truck and I did all of the hauling to build our parking lot.
Okay.
In the 15 years we've been there.
Okay, and I know that there was some council members that would like to have some discussion or questions possibly, and I'll move over to Councillor McCauley.
Just turned on, it wasn't me.
Okay, that's okay. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, you mentioned the parking lot, and I see that it's separated from your main wedding menu on a separate title. That is very confusing to me. I don't understand that 9.5 acres there. So I don't understand why you need a separate title for your wedding venue.
So at the time when we had the subdivision done on the cross border, we were limited to just 7 acres. To be able to fit the building sites in, we actually had to do like panhandle, I think they call it, for the driveway. Not allowing for the additional for the parking lot and the camping area.
It just strikes me as to have 2 separate titles for your wedding venue, one parking and one the hospitality rooms or that. So basically you're splitting up instead of one title, you're giving an extra title in there.
When we did that subdivision, the wedding venue wasn't a thing. So the wedding venue came about 9 years after, I think, 8 years, something like that. And
I'm just saying your application is taking out parking lot. So you'd have 2 separate titles for your business. One for the parking lot, one for the venue.
I think mostly that's because back when we did the subdivision or whatever you want to call it with the house and the barn, because it was a cabin barn at that time, we didn't know we were gonna do this way back then.
I'm not saying that back then you didn't know, I'm saying today, this is what's here. The parking lot is taking out of the 9 acres. You don't have your 9 acres. Yeah, it's part of the 9 acres.
Right.
Not part of the venue. Yeah, okay, thank you.
And yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin, and I'll move over to Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't want to get caught up in specifics on this one. I think we need to look at this more of a macro view. Just back to the policy regarding the distance from aggregate or from resource extraction being 0.8 kilometers. Could you possibly review for council what the reasons are for that policy?
Yeah, that policy was put in place, basically, obviously gravel is kind of limited to where it is located. It's in specific areas, deposits within the municipality or everywhere in the province, to be honest. And so they put the policy in place just because if they reduce the number of residential parcels in the area where there is gravel, then in the future, if that gravel is, basically if they have gravel operations in the area, then there's gonna be less conflict if there's less residences in the area. Because again, gravel resource, it's restricted to where we can pull it out and it is needed. And so they don't want to restrict the development of the gravel down the road because of residential conflict. That's kind of where that came about.
Thank you, Ms. Kellum. And just to further that question, is it possible that there's more resource extraction that could occur on the remainder of that south quarter?
Yeah, I believe there's like additional areas in that quarter that could come out, or like in areas also nearby or south of there as well, but.
Okay, thank you.
Before we close this public hearing, is there any further discussion or comments, questions from any council members? If not, I'm seeing none. We will close this public hearing at 10:35. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please, Mr.
As far as moving or extracting more gravel from that pit, I believe, and I might not have this exact, but when her brother applied for it, they have to go to the west because there is an oil well on the north side of the existing pit right now, and the pipeline runs through there, and they have to have a setback. They can only extract so many feet, I'm not sure what it is, from that pipeline. So that pit is pretty limited in which direction it would go. It's got to go to the west, to the north, which is closer to us. Probably ain't going to happen until that oil company abandons that pipeline.
Okay. Thank you very much for the comments. Is there any further discussion from any council members, comments? I'm seeing none. Do you have any further comments, Mr. Jans?
I don't think.
No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing at 10:36. There will be no motions entertained on this agenda item, but we will move on a little further along in the agenda down to item 5.3, where we'll have consideration of second and third readings, or as the applicant indicated in their comments, maybe an opportunity to postpone this agenda item and have council do a site visit or amendments, discussion. We will move in item 5.3, which is consideration of second and third reading for bylaw 25066 for application number 3925 and bylaw number 2506667 for application number 4025 to amend land use bylaws on page 102. So, Ms. Gillen.
Thank you. So the purpose of bylaw 25066 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 9.5 acres within the northeast 3234-4 from the agriculture district to the recreation minor district. And the purpose of bylaw 25067 is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate 7 acres of the northeast 3234-4 from the agriculture district to the country residential agriculture district. In addition, council needs to consider the adoption of the draft Jan's outline plan prior to second and third readings of these bylaws. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated parcels from the remainder of the quarter section. Please refer to the documents attached to the public hearing item for the outline plan and further information. I just want to note that first reading of bylaw 25066 and 25067 was granted by council on December 9th, 2025, my apologies, at their regular council meeting. In addition, council reviewed the draft Jan's outline plan and did not require any further information at that time. Per policy 10.2.2 and 10.2.7 of the MDP, should council wish to only approve one of the aforementioned bylaws for a land use amendment, there is no requirement to approve the Jan's outline plan. And then I did include a list of staff recommendations that you would need to consider first the outline plan and then second and third readings of each individual bylaw. That's it for me, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Does any council members, do we have any questions for Ms. Gillum or administration at this time? Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Just for clarity, Ms. Gillum, with regards to the number of titles on this parcel right now, I know we've talked around it, but what is the official stance from administration on how many titles are registered to this parcel at this point?
So as it stands without the subdivisions, there's the quarter section, and then that corner piece to, the northeast is the second title out. The residential parcel that's in the south there is technically taken out of the southeast quarter section, because that's when it was subdivided, the main house there, and then they just did the boundary adjustment to take the extra buildings they needed, but, it's considered the first title out of that southeast quarter section. So there's only two currently.
Thank you for the clarity. So any approval of even one of these parcels is in fact officially a third parcel out.
Yes, yeah, it would be a
Thank you.
third title and then a fourth title out,
Thank you.
or second subdivision, third subdivision, I guess.
Yeah, I'll read. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I'm not familiar as to how it's handled. I know that with it being a fragmented portion, is there a way for us to appeal that? I mean, we had no choice in that at the time, for that to be considered part of.
Ms. Gillum?
Unfortunately, no, it's kind of challenging. It was created, it's a separate title, and the way the policy is written, it's not related to, it's just related to the titles on the quarter section, and technically it's a title from that quarter section.
Okay, any further discussion, or at this time, we'd be entertaining a motion for second and third readings, for second reading.
Line plan.
Councillor Cermak.
I've got a couple questions. These two parcels that we're looking at subdividing, they already have all of the structures on them that are gonna happen, I take it. And I don't understand why MPC was not allowed to visit this, because I think there's so much there to be able to see, physically see what's happening out there would be really helpful for me to make a decision on this. I don't think pictures really show what it's all about out there. I don't think we're taking any real good farmland. It's already got the acreages on it, and the wedding venue is already there, and all the parking is taken up. And I mean, I can't see that changing, whether we subdivide or we don't. I think it's gonna remain.
Okay, Councillor
Is
Cermak.
that true or not?
Do you? Ms. Gillum, please.
I was just gonna say, so for the residential parcel, it currently has a manufactured home on it and a shed and a storage building on the left-hand side, you can kind of see there. And then on the 9.5 acre parcel, it doesn't have any structures on it, like a house or anything like that. Right now, it's just the parking lot and then the green space where they have the trailers parked, but there's no services or residence or anything on that portion at this time.
But there is a wedding venue.
It's on
building
it's on the other parcel. The wedding venue exists, but it's on the existing acreage to the southwest there. So it's just the parking and the camping on the 9.5 acre parcel that exists currently.
That's where it's confusing to me.
Fair.
It'd be easy to have eyes on it.
Okay, do you have any? Councillor Powell.
And just for clarification, on the red one, the 7 acre CRA parcel, there is an existing dwelling on there now. There is a mobile home that is currently being occupied. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McCauley.
How, just gonna, on the parking with the access off the road, how would that work? Should, say, one parcel, say the residence parcel sold, or how if they were split apart? I'm curious how that would work in the future on an approach, or would need an agreement?
Ms. Gillum.
So if the subdivision was to proceed, they would have to widen the approach to the existing parcel to the north, so that it would be a joint approach to that that proposed parcel, so that they could have their own driveway in separate from the existing acreage driveway. to have their own independent access to that, the parking area or that parcel.
And that's a cost that they have to bear?
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Humphrey, please.
Can I just get you to clarify widening it, so it would go where it's outlined in green for that parcel, there would be a wider access road there, or a separate drive down that access?
Yeah, so, so right now, like, this is the panhandle into the parcel, and that's the approach. So this approach here, they would have to build it wider so that they could get in direct access from this corner, so that if for some reason these owners were different, they would still have access to their parcel. And given the setbacks and the bit of the hill here, Public Works likely wouldn't approve an approach in between because of the number of approaches in the quarter and this distance between, so they would make this a joint one, so they'd have to kind of.
And who would be responsible
The
for,
landowner would have
for
to
the
construct it.
access widening?
Yes,
It would have to be to county standards?
correct, yeah.
Okay.
We're well aware.
Perfect. Nope, just for clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Ms. Powell.
Just one more quick question, and this does not meet policy, correct, with being how close it is to the aggregate?
Yeah, that is the one point of the policy, that it is in close proximity to an aggregate operation.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Jans.
I'm curious, like, is that, it's 0.8 kilometers, is that calculated into that?
I believe I measured it, but it's because with the half mile, the half mile is the 0.8 kilometers, I believe. So because it's in that quarter to the south, then it is within that distance, yes.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
Do we need to first make a motion on the proposed plan, or can we make a motion first on one of these subdivisions?
Ms. Gillum, if you could please explain the process.
I guess it's a little bit convoluted because the outline plan addresses both parcels. So if council is going to consider both, they would have to approve that outline plan first. So my recommendation would be to consider the outline plan first. And then if council chooses to not pass the outline plan, you could still consider the second and third reading for each individual parcel. Per policy, though, you wouldn't be able to approve both if you don't approve the outline plan, but you could approve one without the outline plan. Does that make sense? It's kind of a little convoluted, but.
The outline plan would allow for the fourth title.
Correct, yeah, and this is the third and fourth, so if they were to only approve one, you wouldn't require the outline plan, but if you were to approve both, you would need the outline plan. So my recommendation would be to decide on the outline plan first and then go to the other stuff.
Okay. So with that said, thank you for the information and the clarity. I would like to make a motion that council should consider adopting the Jan's outline plan.
So that would be second reading for the, sorry.
The outline plan is just a resolution, so Drew's correct, it's just a motion for the adoption of the outline plan, and then council will decide.
Yeah, to just, I know Councillor Cermak made some comments that he was interested. I just want to, in order to have a recommendation from the Municipal Planning Commission or have the members of that commission to be able to visually see that site, I just wanted to get any feedback from Councillor Cermak regarding the motion that is currently on the floor. If you don't mind, Councillor Cermak, please.
I would rather have eyes on this before we make a decision. I would like to maybe move this back until MPC can go out and take a look and do their recommendation. And that way there, we would have more time to make sure that this outline plan and everything was great. And that we have some input with eyes on this piece of property from the MPC.
Okay, just, I know that you did indicate earlier comments regarding that and to have that site visit by the Municipal Planning Commission and possibly have that recommendation. We do, however, have a motion on the floor at this time to adopt the outline plan. Councillor Cermak, do you have any other comments, or is your light just on? Okay. I see no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor of adopting the outline plan? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. Looking for any on this item, we'll be looking for any further discussion or any additional motions. Ms. Gillum, if you wouldn't mind, just to provide information on this item, if council to have consideration for either one of those individual parcels, as it would be the third title. I'd like to just invite you to provide any comments for council's consideration on how that would proceed with each individual parcel.
Yeah, so just council, somebody could, depending on which bylaw you wanted to look at first, you could consider second and third reading for either bylaw. Bylaw 6.6 is for the 9.5 acre recreation parcel, and bylaw 6.7 is for the residential parcel. So if council wanted to consider approving one of those, you could consider either one first if you wanted to. But given that the outline plan was turned down, it wouldn't be policy to approve both.
Right, but there would still be an opportunity if council chose to, there's still consideration on
each individual one. And we
Yes.
do, regardless of the outline plan, given that it's been brought forward, we do still need a motion on both bylaws, given that it's set for second reading after the public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much for the additional information there. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to make a motion that council consider granting second reading to bylaw 25066 to amend the land use bylaw. And just for clarity, that is the 9.5 acre parcel.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that council consider second reading of bylaw number 25066 to amend the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw 25050. I see no discussion, comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. We do have one more proposed bylaw amendment, so we'd be looking for discussion or entertaining a motion from council. That would be for bylaw 25067, is that correct, Ms. Gillum? Thank you. Any council members having any? Councillor McCauley, please.
I'll move that we grant second reading to bylaw 25067 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley for second reading to amend for bylaw 25067 to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw. Councillor Cermak, please.
This is the parcel that's in red, not in green now. Correct. Right? Yes? Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of second reading? And those opposed? Motion is defeated. At this time, we are doing not too bad in our time. We will take just a short 10-minute break. Ready. Welcome back from a short break. Moving on in our agenda, we're going to move into item 6.1. We have a delegation for the Parkland Airshed Management on page 128 of our agenda. And I'd like to invite, actually, prior to that, we'll just do maybe a quick round of introductions. And we'll start with Ms. Powell.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Counselor.
Good morning, Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Counselor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott and Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Counselor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Sarmat, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager Planning.
Good morning, welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kevin Warren. I'm the Executive Director of the Parkland Airshed Management Zone, and I've held that position since 1999. On behalf of the Parkland Airshed Management Zone, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning and provide you an update on what Parkland Airshed Management Zone has been doing lately. So first off, what are we? Well, we're one of 10 airsheds in the province, and I'm not going to go bullet by bullet, but the big advantage of the airshed approach is that it allows the people who live in an area that best know about the area to decide what issues they would like to address, and using expertise of people such as myself to decide how to go about and do that. And the airshed approach in Alberta has been very successful since it was first implemented in the mid-1990s. This is a map of the current coverage of airsheds in the province. As I said, there's 10 airsheds. While we only cover 60% of the province area-wise, population-wise, we cover 90%. And we're not just about monitoring and management, but also about engagement and education. And that component is why I'm here before you today. We're pretty much all nonprofit organizations. And while we do each have our own board of directors, and we work together on some issues, we're independent from each other. Why do we need to monitor air quality? Well, in a nutshell, it's all about health. It's about human health. We know that air pollution kills some 6.5 million people worldwide annually. And in Canada alone, 14,000 to 15,000 deaths can be attributed to air pollution. Not only are we talking about human health, but we're talking about health of animals, livestock, and of ecosystems, so plants, vegetation, crops. A number of the air pollutants that we monitor are also considered to be greenhouse gases, so they also contribute to climate change. This is a map of our current boundaries, and I say current because they have changed over the years. And our last update was a few years ago when we decided to extend our eastern boundaries so that the municipalities on the eastern edge were fully within Parkland Airshed. Prior to that, the majority of those areas were, but not all. So that's what we did. We were formed in 1997, mostly out of concerns about oil and gas operations in the Sundre, Caroline, Rocky Mountain House area. Over time, those concerns have been expanded to emissions from a whole host of sources. We began monitoring in 1999, so we now have some 26 years of air quality monitoring data, so we have a pretty good idea of air quality in the region. and our current population is roughly 300,000. The majority of that probably within a half-hour drive of the city of Red Deer. What do? Well, we're monitoring air quality that is done in a manner consistent to what's being done in other airsheds. So while we might not all share the same issues, if we want to monitor a pollutant, we're all monitoring it in the same fashion so that we can compare apples to apples. We report on the data that we collect, we communicate, and then we also represent the region on a number of provincial communities, provincial committees, such as the Clean Air Strategic Alliance when they have various project teams around an issue. And that's an organization that's kind of similar to PAMS in that it is a multi-stakeholder organization, but it's at a provincial level. So they develop policy recommendations that the government can then implement when it comes to air pollution. And then sometimes provincial government puts together various ad hoc committees around air quality, and we get asked to represent the area on that. And then also, as I was saying, there's 10 airsheds, and so we're part of the council that we all get together and share information on. What's the value to municipal members? Well, you know, when we have poor air quality events such as wildfires and stuff like that, jumping forward here somehow, we provide data that's invaluable to understand, you know, what's the impact on your health. It's a forum to work with other stakeholders and neighboring municipalities around air quality issues. I don't know what's going on there. And then, like I said earlier, we represent the area on some of the provincial government project teams. A little bit about PAMS in Clearwater County. You guys have been a member of the Parkland Airshed Management Zone right from the outset, because like I said, back then there was a lot of concerns about air quality impacts of oil and gas operations. Over time, that's expanded to other sectors as well, such as confined feeding operations, such as just municipal pollution. And last little while, we've been hearing a lot of concerns about dust from gravel pits. So you probably are dealing with those as well. You used to have a representative on the PAMS Board of Directors, and since 2019 you haven't. That seat has been held vacant. It would be very, it would be a good thing for you if you did, because you would be involved on making decisions about where the air monitoring is going to take place. And in your absence, we were kind of assuming things for you. But, you know, direct representation is such as what Mountain View County has, holds a lot of weight. We have one permanent continuous monitoring station currently located about 12 kilometers southeast of Caroline. It's been a very useful site historically in both the provincial air monitoring network, but also nationally as well. It's also proven to be a very good location for monitoring wildfire smoke impacts in the rural area. And it has been in operation for some 25 years, and the capital replacement costs of that station are now approaching $400,000. And so we're looking at alternatives to that type of monitoring. And so we're moving to what's called a microsensor station. And so we're currently testing out a bunch of different microsensors to see what would be the most appropriate one for us to use. But that's the plan, is at some point this year we want to transition that station to a microsensor-based station. So capital replacement cost on that entire system would be around $20,000 as opposed to $400,000. And the annual operating costs are significantly lower as well. We have 10 passive monitoring stations located in Clearwater County, and I realize at this point you don't know what a passive monitoring station is. I have a slide that'll explain that in a minute. But what we're looking at is long-term levels of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide to see if they're within provincial air quality objectives. Sulfur dioxide, anytime you have anything that has sulfur in it and you burn it, such as sour gas, you're going to get sulfur dioxide. And nitrogen dioxide is formed anytime you have high temperature combustion, such as with a motor vehicle or with, say, a compressor station. So the nitrogen and the oxygen, they break apart during the combustion process, then they recombine to form nitrogen dioxide, which is bad from a health perspective and also leads to the formation of acid rain. We have done temporary monitoring, so we have portable air monitoring stations. We used to have 2, now we're down to 1. But over the years, we've done lots of monitoring in Clearwater County. There's a list of the historical sites. Keeps on going. Yeah, so probably, go back here. I would venture to say around 20 to 25 different locations within Clearwater County. The majority of the monitoring that we have done with that portable is in the populated parts of the zone. So along the Highway 16 you see there, we've done monitoring at Nordig and in Rocky Mountain House and a few other sites in the Ferrier area. And then also in the eastern part there, just so in total about 92 temporary sites. And when I say temporary, that can be anywhere from 2 months to 6 months. It depends on what the objective of the monitoring is. We've held our annual general meeting in Clearwater a number of times. It's been a while since we did that, so maybe it's time to do that again. That typically happens in about June. We also have held an annual issues identification meeting, so that's where we gather input from the public a couple of times in Clearwater County. Talk a little bit what we're planning to do this year. So we have 3 of these continuous monitoring stations, one at Caroline, which I said we're going to transition into a microsensor-based station. And we have 2 in Red Deer, and they're going to operate year-round. Right now, our portable is parked. We've been looking at some severe budget cuts just with our emissions-based funding formula and our reliance on industry for the majority of our funding. The decreased emissions that we're seeing in the area are good from an air quality point of view, but then also that brings down our funding dollars. So the portable is parked, and if we're going to use that this year, it would have to be for things that can pay for it outside of our core budget. We're continuing to operate our passive network, which we're planning on downsizing from 26 to less than 16 stations. And in order to do the changeover to the micro-sensor-based monitoring at Caroline, we're going to be doing a 25-year summary of all the data that we've collected to make sure we have a really good understanding of history of air quality in that area before we switch over. And then, like I say, for this year, we're going to run a microsensor at Caroline, but also at Lancaster. And the reason we could do that at Lancaster is because we have another station going there so we can compare the data. And then in 2027, we want to start expanding that microsensor. So what we're looking at, actually putting in a microsensor-based station here in Rocky that would give us an air quality health index. We're looking at doing some dust monitoring at gravel pits in Mountain View County later this spring. Right now, since the pandemic, like everybody, we do hybrid meetings, so we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to participate in the Alberta Airsheds Council. I actually chair the Airsheds Council's technical committee. I've got an air quality background since 1983. I've been involved in air quality monitoring. We also participate in the communications committee, so that's getting the word out about air quality. And then we're going to be holding a conference in the fall, so we're also going to participate in organizing that. We do have a scholarship program that used to go to grade 12 students entering into post-secondary. We transitioned that over to first-year university students now, specifically attending Olds College. It's been a pretty good fit for us. And then, as always, we will attend and exhibit at various open houses. Our budget for this year, $540,000. The majority of that, you can see the dark blue area there, goes towards the air monitoring program itself. And then to cover that, we have to raise $540,000 as well. So about 43% of that comes from industry, 46% from the provincial government, 36% in the form of a contract for 2 of the stations in Red Deer, and then 10% in the form of a grant. Municipalities such as Clearwater County account for about 8%. And this is the calculation of your fee. So the fee for Clearwater County for this year will be roughly $4,000, which is not a huge change from previous years, even though we have a reduced overall budget. Non-industrial emissions are now increased to about 18% because the industrial emissions have come down. This is what a continuous monitoring station looks like. This is our portable air monitoring station. And there's not always somebody sitting inside it. That's just once a month they go and calibrate it. The one on the left is the portable when it was at the town of Lacombe. The one on the upper right is the permanent station at Riverside Drive in Red Deer. And so we're monitoring very low concentrations, either part per million or parts per billion. Passive monitoring is very low tech. It provides monthly average concentrations, and we spread those passives out throughout the zone. So over time, they give us a good idea of if air quality is improving or worsening or staying the same. And also, where are the areas of highest concentrations that we need to do more monitoring at? These are the locations currently of our passive monitoring stations and what the results are for last year. Now, you will have, in a hard copy, you will probably have the 2024 numbers. I just got these numbers, so I had Jana add them to the presentation today. So these are the most current numbers, and I can, if this is something that interests you, she can probably provide you with the hard copy of the latest numbers. You can see the circle in the left is the monthly concentration guideline, and you can see we're an order of magnitude below that, nothing even approaching a circle that size. You get a circle that size maybe if you're doing monitoring right on the fence line of, say, of a gas plant, but that's not what we're about. We're about what is the air quality that is, across the region that people are experiencing as a whole. Nitrogen dioxide, you can see that areas such as the city of Red Deer, where you have lots of motor vehicles, or the eastern part of the zone where you have a good grid work of roads, those are the areas that have higher concentrations. The further you get away from roads or large population centers, the smaller the concentrations are. For our continuous monitoring stations, this is a comparison of all the stations in Alberta. We don't have the 2025 data yet for that. Probably won't have that till the end of March. But our Red Deer Riverside is the highest of our stations. And then the Lancaster is not a whole lot lower. And then you can see Caroline, being a rural station, has lower concentrations. Now this is looking at fine particulate matter. Those are the particles that are so small you can't see them with the human eye, but they kind of look like a haze. And we're concerned about those because they get right into your lungs, and when they're in your lungs, they get right into your bloodstream. So those are the ones you got to watch out for. And wildfire smoke has a ton of that, so we're really concerned about that. Nitrogen dioxide, like I was saying earlier, anytime you have high temperature combustion, so we're concerned about that. And you can see again, Riverside and Caroline, the two sites in Red Deer are highest, where Caroline is way over to the right, which is where you want to be from an air quality perspective. even though, you know, the Riverside is significantly higher than Caroline, it's still well below the air quality objective in Alberta. This is looking at ozone. Ozone is an interesting one because ozone levels are actually higher where you have less pollution, because ozone reacts with lots of pollutants. And so a lot of times when you want to remove pollutants from air, you'll actually react it with ozone. You'll hear like an ozonator. And then, but it's important that after you do that, you have a charcoal scrubber that then removes the ozone. Now, people have thought historically, well, ozone, that's a good thing. And up in the stratosphere, it is a good thing. It blocks ultraviolet light from getting down to us. But we live in the troposphere, and it's bad. If you ever leave a tire outside for a few years and it starts to powder up, if you rub a tire, that's ozone, that's attacking the rubber. So you can imagine what that's doing to your lungs. And the thing, like I said, is it's actually higher in areas with other pollutants. So ozone levels in Red Deer are lower than they are in Caroline. So it's kind of inverse thinking. Sulfur dioxide, since we started monitoring, the levels have come down so much because of two things. First of all, the Alberta Energy Regulator put guidelines in place that significantly reduced flaring. And so sulfur dioxide associated with flaring has come way down. But then also a lot of the sour gas plants, the production in this region are in decline. You probably know that the Tidewater plant has been shut in for about 1.5 years now. And so that all contributes to lower emissions. Air Quality Health Index, so you know, you don't have to be an air quality scientist to understand how our air quality health index works. It's simply a number from 1 to 10, 1 being better than 10. So if you hear on the radio or on our website, you can go to the website, see what the air quality health index 1 to 10 is how it's expressed. It's also based on colors. So blue is lower, red is higher. A lot of people are now using our air quality health index, especially if you have children outside playing soccer. A lot of times now when an air quality health index is forecast to go 7 or higher, they'll say, hey, we're calling off the games for tonight because it's just not good for our children's lungs. This is the Air Quality Health Index ratings in Alberta, and you can see Caroline has probably, has the second best air quality in the province, with the exception of those events where we've had wildfire smoke. Red Deer, the 2 stations are average, so it's kind of in the middle. It's certainly lower than what you see in Edmonton and Calgary and the surrounding communities such as Fort Saskatchewan, where you have lots of oil and gas production. What are the trends? Well, fine particulate has been increasing because of wildfires. Nitrogen dioxide, we're seeing greater numbers, especially in urban areas, and so some communities have put into place management plans to try and make sure that they're not exceeding the air quality standards. Ozone seems to be steady, but you know, whenever we have urban smog or wildfires, then we see an increase in ozone. Sulfur dioxide, as I was saying earlier, and as you could see by what I presented in my graph, it's been trending down thanks primarily to stricter controls on industrial emissions. This is our website, pams.org, and you can see right on the top there the Air Quality Health Index, and if you click on that, then it takes you to a provincial map of air quality health indexes, not only what's current, but also what's projected for the next 24 hours. I brought some stickers that explain the Air Quality Health Index, and I can leave these here, or I can drop some off at the front desk, but it's just, real simple way of understanding the Air Quality Health Index. That's the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions or comments from council members at this time? Seeing none, but you do raise quite a valid point. There are actually quite a few residents, and whether it's seniors or children or anybody in between, with the additional traffic and additional dust, air quality is very important. just for the frequency of your meetings, in 2019, there was a note or a withdrawal from the membership.
Right.
How often, what is that?
We meet 5 times a year, January, April, June, and the June is combination annual general meeting, board meeting. And then September and November is where we do the budget. Meetings are typically 2.5 to 3 hours with maybe 1 to 2 hours in between of preparation, reading previous minutes.
Location of those meetings, where do they usually be?
Typically, they are at the Red Deer in the Alberta Energy Regulators offices. They have an amazing facility which makes it possible to participate remotely. And I would say half of our participants now are participating remotely, either from where they're working or even their homes.
Okay, and one maybe last question regarding membership. The terms of length, previously, were they 1-year terms for committee members to sit, or 2-year terms, or how?
They're 3-year terms for membership.
3-year terms. Are there any other comments from any other council members? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'd be entertaining a motion from a council member to accept the presentation as information. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make a motion that council receives the Parkland Airshed Management Zone presentation as information.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Powell, do you have a comment? No? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you very much for coming in and your time. Yes.
You can pass these around. You got something, I'll leave some back up to you.
Going back in our agenda, we'll move over back to item 5.4. It'll be
That's okay.
first reading of bylaw number 25070 for application number 4325 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 110 of today's agenda. And at this time, I would like to invite administration to present the background information.
Thank you, Reeve. Mike Metcalf of Bamoko Land Surveying has made application on behalf of Brandon and Jesse Bajema to amend the land use bylaw for the purpose of creating a second parcel, third title out of the quarter section known as Southeast 339 of 4. The subject property contains 156.48 acres and is designated the agricultural district. The property is approximately 5 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Condor, adjacent to Highway 11 and Range Road 4-2. The applicants are proposing to redistrict 8.85 acres from the Ag District to the CRA District. This is for the purpose of creating separate title for a residential parcel. The landowners currently farm the quarter and do not require the residential portion. The proposal is complete with 2 residences, various accessory buildings, a Quonset shed and garages, and water and septic services. The septic system is an open discharge which will need to be replaced at the time of subdivision. The larger parcel is to accommodate the existing yard site and developments. Skipping over the policy. A larger parcel size may be considered by council to accommodate the existing farmstead as per MDP policy 10.2.4. It is not anticipated that the proposal will negatively impact surrounding land uses as it is an existing residential site. Should the LUA and subsequent subdivision application be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title from the quarter section, and this aligns with MDP policy 10.2.2. And as per the MGA, municipal reserves will be owing, which will be paid to the county. I did provide council with a picture of the highway plans earlier this morning. I'm gonna track down actual ones for the public hearing. That's just what I could find on the website, and they're locked down, so I can't print them or email them to council, so. That's all for my report.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. McConnelly. Drawn a blank there for a second. Thank you very much for the information in the background. Does council have any questions at this time? Or a member of council willing to make a motion to consider first reading? Deputy Reeve McKay.
I do have one question just regarding the shape of this parcel. It seems to encompass some cropland, and it goes to the north in a really strange fashion instead of following that existing property line there. I guess, could we get some?
That's because of that, there's an open shed there. So I'm thinking they had to be far enough from that shed.
Oh, I see.
It would be to meet the setbacks, so if the property line went straight, that shed wouldn't meet the setbacks within the land use bylaw, but that's something council could consider going forward.
It just, it seems that there could have been some farmland saved here as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion, questions, comments, or be looking to entertain a motion? Councillor Humphrey.
I'm just, what is this?
That's a dugout.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Councillor Humphrey, do you have more comments?
No.
No. Okay, or entertain of a motion?
I would make a motion that we,
So Councillor Humphrey is indicating that, well, Councillor Humphrey is making a motion to grant first reading to bylaws number 25-070 and proceed to a public hearing. If there's no further discussion on the matter, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. I do see we have our director in the gallery from Ag and Community Services. We'll move to item 7.1.1, which is the Clearwater Library Board Accountability Agreement, and it is on page 137. And good morning, Director Newkirk and Ms. Graham.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. Alrighty, this item is in regard to Clearwater Library Board Accountability Agreement. And to provide some background, during the December 11th Strategic Planning Committee meeting, the following motion was made. The motion was by Reeve Jordan Northcott that the committee directs administration to draft a funding agreement between the Clearwater County Library Board and Clearwater County, and that was carried. And then further to that, there was $50,000 approved in the 2026 budget allocated to the Clearwater County Library Board. Since this meeting, staff have spoken with the Library Branch of Municipal Affairs and gathered the following information. Municipal Affairs recommends against creating or signing an agreement with the Library Board which directs how they can spend funds. Although there is no legislation that disallows this, it does go against the intent of the Libraries Act. And according to the Libraries Act, the following applies. On being established, the Municipal Library Board is a corporation and shall be known as the Library Board for the municipality. So in our case, it's the Clearwater County Library Board. A library board is, being a corporation, it is responsible for making the financial decisions. Pertaining to financials, the Library Act allows council to have authority of the following. So that includes the budget and estimates shall be submitted to council of the municipality by the date specified by the council. The council of the municipality may approve the estimate under subsection 1 in whole or in part. A municipal library board shall create and maintain complete and accurate financial records of the board's operations. have a person who is not a member of the board and whose qualifications are satisfactory to the council of the municipality review the financial records each calendar year and prepare a financial report in a form satisfactory to the council. And last, C, submit the financial report to the council of the municipality immediately after the report is completed. So due to the information gathered and recommendations from municipal affairs, staff are recommending the attached accountability agreement rather than the motioned funding agreement. This agreement reiterates items in the act and regulations and sets out times and dates for documentation to be received. This agreement is very comparable to the agreement that Clearwater County has with the town of Rocky Mountain House and the Rocky Library. Please note that due to the motion made during strategic planning, the agreement has to be signed prior to us being able to send funding to the library board, unless council directs staff to send the funding prior to the agreement being signed. And that's all I have for information. The agreement was attached there. I'll pass it back over to Reeve.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just, I do have one question, and so in any way, and maybe I missed something, but does this accountability agreement in no way directs the library on how to spend their funds?
No.
Okay.
No.
It was just indicated in there, just for clarity. I just wanted to make sure that it sounded sort of contradictory, so in no way this accountability agreement would not be directing the library on how they would spend their funds.
No.
But it would outline the process for funding as indicated in this agreement. So are there any questions from council, comments, or we would be looking for a motion? Councillor Cermak.
My button sometimes works, sometimes
That's okay,
it doesn't.
please.
I think it's great. I find it interesting that the Parkland says that they don't agree with an agreement, but yet they have one with the Rocky one. And I'm on that board, and we've decided that on February 9th, we're gonna have a meeting in this room next door, just so that we can have all the members of the Clearwater County Library Board here. And we have asked our manager of the financial, Rhonda Serhan, to give us a hand with our financial and a report and do it according to the way that the county would like to have it presented to the board. So that is going to come back to the board here fairly shortly after our meeting on the 9th, if we get it all in order. So we should have some pretty good finances on what is happening with the Clearwater County Library Board. Just some information for the rest of council.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Cermak. Ms. Graham, please.
I just did want to clarify one thing. It's municipal affairs from the province who would not support an agreement to direct the library board how to spend funding. It was not Parkland, it was the province.
Oh, yes, it does say that. I misread it.
So maybe just to give a little bit more, I don't think the intent was to ever direct the library on how to spend their funds. So I think that that sentence sort of creates a little bit of confusion here. I don't think the intent was to direct the library on, you know, on how they should spend their funds, but more to really basically outline the process, which you've done in this accountability agreement, not a funding agreement. You know, that the board will provide copies of all the meeting minutes to the county. You know, I think that would be appropriate. The board will annually present a delegation to county council. You know, I think that would be appropriate as well. And all the other items there is listed as well in this agreement. It's in simple terms, plain language. So I think it was well done. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, excellent job. I just have a question regarding point I. Parkland Regional Library System requisition payments are the responsibility of the county. So are we gonna be in this position that we were in December where we have to decide who gets which portion of that funding?
Ms. Graham, please.
We will not be. So the county was already annually paying the parkland requisition. So it's continuing. I actually found an agreement from 1988, I think it was, with this library, and the village at the time was in charge of the requisition then. So that's common practice is the municipality, but it doesn't have to do with that provincial grant at all.
No, I don't think it was the provincial grant that was the problem, was it? It wasn't it?
It was the provincial grant. So historically, that grant went through Parkland because they were the board for Nordeg.
Okay.
And then they would ask the county how to divvy that out. But it's just, it goes right to the Clearwater Board and they keep it now. And then the council, you guys approved the funding to make up for half of that difference for the Rocky Library during budget.
Okay, thank you.
I have one small technical question. Regarding the motion that was previously made, that at strategic planning, that the committee, directs administration to draft a funding agreement between Clearwater County Library Board and Clearwater County. Now that this is an accountability agreement, how would that reflect back to the motion that was made at strategic planning? I know that it's basically from a funding agreement to an accountability agreement for terminology wise, and how small technical question, but I'm just curious. Ms. Haid.
If council wished to draw sort of a connection between using the word funding, perhaps maybe the agreement could be titled Funding Accountability Agreement.
Me personally, I think the accountability agreement is fine, but I was just wondering, for direction that was given at the, in the motion, it stated a funding agreement. Is the intent of that motion still fulfilled and everything's done, even though it says accountability agreement, that's all?
Yes, I do believe so, because the motion was made by the committee, and the committee was making a recommendation to council. And now that it's coming before council, as opposed to the committee, it is being explained as to why the agreement is not technically labeled a funding agreement. So the background information is there, and it's council's decision that is the official record.
Okay.
For.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I know it's very small and short, and I was just curious about process. So at this time, we'd be looking for a motion to that council approve Clearwater County Library Board Accountability Agreement and endorse the Reeve signature. If Deputy Reeve McKay, you'd be willing to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion on that matter? If not, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much for the presentation. Moving on to item 7.2.1. Director Hagan is joining us here. We have a ratepayer request for waiver of taxes. It is on page 142 of today's agenda. And as soon as Mr. Hagan is ready, I invite you to provide the background information on this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. Before you today is a request for waiver of actually penalties related to taxes owing on a property by a ratepayer. The agenda item itself includes the legislative references from the Municipal Government Act, and the request itself is attached to the agenda item. The essential argument that the ratepayer is making is that they weren't aware of the taxes owing because they didn't receive a paper copy of the tax notice. And there's also a suggestion that the county start to issue the tax notices electronically as well. Right now, we don't have the functionality or the resources to do that, as we are looking at a system replacement in the next couple of years, that will be something that we'll be exploring, is to see if we can augment our communication of these amounts electronically as well as paper copies. There was some discrepancy in terms of mailing address compared to what we take from land titles in order to put into our system. Apparently, the mail that we sent out was returned back to us, and that's when we reached out, looked for other avenues to contact this ratepayer and do follow up on the outstanding amounts. So in essence, management's perspective on this is that property taxes are the responsibility of the ratepayer, of the property owner, the assessed person, and that through the purchase of the property, we would have expected that there would have been ample information available to let them know if they needed to pay the property tax bill for 2025, or if the seller of the property had already paid that bill. So recommendation before you today is that you consider this request to waive the penalties on roll number 3804062001. This makes the third such, I believe, request of this nature that this council has considered since being elected. And I turn it back to you for any questions or discussion.
Thank you very much for the background information on this, Mr. Hagan. Questions from council, and I see Deputy Reeve McKay has a question or comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. As everyone can see, this was addressed to me. My direction was simply for this resident to contact administration for the proper steps to request their waiver. The only question, I guess, that's sort of outstanding is, did administration have the proper address from titles and entered it incorrectly? Therefore, the mistake being on administration, I guess would be that's the only tough one about this one. If we made the mistake, it's pretty hard to say that it's their fault, I guess.
Director Hagan, please.
To clarify, management made no mistake on behalf of Clearwater County in this case. We entered the information that we were provided from land titles. It was incomplete, and that's why we assume the paper copy did not get delivered to the property owner. And further, we went over and above in trying to look at other sources of information, such as the registration for a waste disposal card, and trying to nail down an alternate mailing address that could get the notice out to the person, and ultimately contacted the person by phone, and our employee had a chat with them to try and straighten it out and get the proper mailing address.
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so at this time, if there's no further discussion, I'd be looking to have a council member entertain a motion at this time. Deputy Reeve McKay.
I would make the motion that council considers a request to waive the penalties on roll 3804062001.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. See no further discussion. And for clarity, this is to consider a request to waive penalties. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Seeing none. All those opposed? That motion is defeated. And I think at this time, it might be appropriate to recess till 12:35. Everybody ready? We'll resume. Welcome back from our recess. On today's agenda, we're moving into item number 8, which is reports. 8.1, we have the Chief Administrative Officer report on page 147, and I'd like to invite CEO Emmons to present his report.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Good afternoon, Council. The January 27th, 2026 CO report. The 2025 Community Business Awards, Denim and Diamonds, is an event hosted each year by the Rocky Chamber of Commerce. The event celebrates business awards for the town of Rocky, Clearwater County, Rocky Ag Society, and the Rocky Chamber. This event acknowledges excellence in business practices demonstrated by companies and organizations to make our community an inviting destination for businesses and visitors alike. The Chamber has extended an invitation for council to attend the event. The tickets are $75 each plus GST. The event will be held Friday, March 6th, with the dinner at 6 p.m. and the awards following taking place at 7:15. The Chamber has generously provided tickets for the Reeve and a guest to attend and bring greetings on behalf of Clearwater County Council, and as per Council's remuneration, training and Council's policy, a resolution is required to approve the cost for councillor attendance.
At this time, CEO Emmons, historically, is it always has the Chamber offered tickets to all of council or only the Reeve and a guest?
Historically, the Reeve and a guest.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So at this time, we'd be looking for a motion if council members would like to attend the event for the Denim and Diamonds Business Awards. I'll make the motion. I move that council authorize attendance and remuneration for council members to attend the Denim and Diamonds 2026 event. Ms. Thompson, do you have any comments? No. Any comments, Deputy Reeve McKay?
Could I just ask for clarity, Reeve? Is this motion to pay for tickets and remuneration, or strictly for remuneration?
The intent is to authorize attendance, which would include the the tickets and the remuneration. So attendance would whatever would be required to attend the event, which would then be the tickets.
Okay.
So, is there any more clarity needed on the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is passed. Please carry on. Mr. Emmons, do you have anything else in your report?
Thank you, Reeve. The next item is regarding the police funding model changes that are coming forward. As council is aware, in December, the government of Alberta announced plans to change the police funding model, both in terms of the amount of policing costs that will be collected from each municipality and the collection formula. Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA, has undertaken an analysis of the changes in comparison to the existing police funding model positions, as well as the specific input provided to the government of Alberta during engagements in summer of 2025. Below is a one-pager providing a high-level overview. You can find the detailed information on the RMA website, and attached is that one-pager. I am sorry, council, my computer just shut down.
That's okay. If it's going to.
Thanks, Shanna. If there's no questions on that item for the police funding model, I will carry on to the RMA's Closing the Gap campaign, which seeks to partner with government to support rural infrastructure. Rural municipalities own and operate the majority of the Alberta roads, bridges, and utility infrastructure. These assets support residents, communities, and resource-based and emergency industries that drive Alberta's economy. However, chronic underfunding, escalating construction costs, and increasingly constrained municipal budgets have accelerated the deterioration of the essential systems, posing risks for rural communities and the industries that power Alberta's economy. The RMA, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, has launched Closing the Gap Rural Infrastructure Funding Deficit, a 5-week public awareness and advocacy campaign intended to highlight the proposed solutions to Alberta's growing rural infrastructure deficit. The campaign explains the scale of the challenge, proposes practical solutions, and calls for partnership and collaboration between the Government of Alberta and rural municipalities to support long-term economic growth, community resilience through the effective management of and investment in core rural infrastructure. And the final item is the Alberta Coordinated Action for Recycling Enterprise Conference, otherwise known as CARE. The 2026 CARE Conference has opened registrations now. This conference invites elected officials, waste commission managers, landfill operators, waste management vendors, and more to come together to learn about waste management and recycling activities at the community level in Alberta. The conference will be held in Brooks this year on March 18th to the 20th, and you can find the agenda attached.
Thank you very much for your report, CAO Emmons. I do believe that there was a motion or resolution that was passed for councillor attendance and remuneration to this for the CARE conference. I think it was passed at a previous council meeting, from my recollection. Ms. Thompson?
With the policy that council approved at the last meeting, you no longer require council authorization to attend that conference because it's included in the list.
Okay. Are there any questions from council for CAO Emmons? If not, I'll be looking for a motion to accept the CAO report as information. Councillor Cermak makes the motion to accept the CAO report as information. I'll call the question. If there's no discussion, seeing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Further into reports, item 8.2, communication survey results summary report. Is there any questions or discussion needed on this item? Pardon? If there's no discussion on 8.2 for the communication survey results summary report, be looking for motion to accept it as information. Councillor Humphrey, are you indicating?
Yes, you'd make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes the motion to accept the communication survey result summary report as information. Seeing no discussion or any lights, call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Moving on to further in our reports, 8.3 capital project status report for January 2026. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none. Can I be looking for a motion to accept that report as information? Councillor Powell makes the motion to accept the capital project status report as information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is accepted. Clearwater Regional Emergency Services report for January 2026. On page 180, are there any questions, comments? I'd invite CAO Emmons to provide any comments or highlights if he chooses. If not, that's for council if we have any questions. Otherwise, I'd be looking for a motion to accept this report as information. Councillor Cermak makes the motion to accept the Clearwater Regional Emergency Services report as information. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Councillor remuneration reports for December 2025. Just have one question. We did receive a invitation to the Rocky Gas Co-op, but I don't think that motion was ever, authorization of attendance and remuneration was not passed by resolution by council. So I was just wondering that motion was, there was never a motion brought forward to council, but there was an invitation, so for the council members that did attend that, I'd like to make the motion that council authorize attendance for the invitation to the Rocky Gas Co-op for attendance and remuneration. And that was held on December 17th. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Are there any questions or discussion on any remuneration items? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the remuneration statements as information. Councillor McCulley makes the motion to accept council remuneration reports as information. Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Moving into verbal councillor reports. We'll start with Ward 1. Ms. Powell.
Thank you. Over the last couple weeks, we had a great planning course that we all got to attend over 2 days. We had a meeting with the provincial government staff on area structure plans, which hopefully will lead into some positive further discussion. I did get to also go to the MPC. And just to reiterate that anybody who's listening, please make sure you guys are calling your counselors if you have any questions or concerns. And that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Are there any questions for Councillor Powell at this time? If not, we'll move down to Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, when we were, last week we were up in Edmonton to the ASB conference for 2.5 days. And it was very informative, very educational, and very professionally put together. And it was, I learned a lot about different farming practices, so that'll help me out hopefully with the residents of Clearwater County. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Councillor Letwin. Moving on to Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. Other than just to echo Councillor Powell's comments about what we learned week before last, that was good information. I did attend the DT Rec Board meeting. There are a few things to bring forward from this. This is for administration, I suppose. At Arbutus Hall, there was some issues. They had to install a new pump in the well there. Is there a fund available for those sort of emergencies for county halls?
There's no fund for the emergencies, but there is an annual fund that council puts forward through policy that they can apply for every year. And I believe, actually, as I recall from my memory, Arbutus did receive this year's as well, which is $5,000.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Secondly, at the old David Thompson school site, they're looking to put up a monument, a sign. And it's my understanding the county has been heading up this program to put up signs at the historic school sites. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So would David Thompson old high school site apply for that, or was it too new? Is that a heritage program?
Truly, it would be through Alan Sunday or Case Corber. They are heading up that project. Clearwater County is actually, better be clear, Clearwater County Council has graciously granted staff resources to assist the Heritage Group in installing those signs. So it's truly their program. My caution, respectfully, would be timing. In my conversations with school division, the majority of that land was going to be taken up with the potential twinning, which is why school division lost the 10 acres. So placement of that sign might be strategic going forward.
Yeah, the intent was to install the sign after twinning. They just wanted me to bring forward the question.
If I may, Deputy Reeve, if they reach out to either Alan Sunday or Case Corber, or even our Ag and Community Department, and then they can contact the appropriate people, either method would work fine.
Got it. And lastly, at the rec board meeting, it had already been brought to the rec board by Ag Services to inquire if the rec board would be interested in amalgamating with the other rec boards, as council had discussed. At this point, DT rec board doesn't feel that it's appropriate to amalgamate with the other two rec boards, being that they're very different parts of the county. But if the consensus was, if halls to the south, you know, Butte, Crammond, et cetera, wish to come and join the DT rec board, that they would gladly welcome those members. But as far as the North Saskatchewan, they sort of felt that that's a different area altogether, so. That's, I guess, all I have for information. Sorry, that took so long.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve McKay? Seeing none. Councillor McCauley, please.
I guess just parroting the learning sessions last week were very informational. I think that the meeting with the province, we made some progress on it. I did an interview on CBC on Saturday for Nordeg, last Saturday. I think there was good and bad responses from that interview. And then this last week has been fairly quiet for myself, but aside from one day where I had about 5 phone calls from constituents from issues ranging from horses loose to Airbnb issues. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor McCauley. Are there any questions for Councillor McCauley? Seeing none. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I attended all of the planning 101 here in town, in our room here. Thought it was fantastic. I also attended 2 virtual meetings on computer. One was Assessment 101. That was really enlightening for me to see how our assessment team assesses our properties. Farm, which is irrigation and non-irrigation. Our farmland is at $350 an acre for non-irrigation, $450 for irrigation, and that's how it's assessed across the whole province. And then they got into some of the local different municipalities and how the assessment 101 was done and how our individual people have to make decisions on how to put out the tax rolls. Was very informative. If you get a chance to do it, to listen to it, I inform you to do it because it sure opened my eyes on a lot of things. And the other thing that I listened to virtually was a Directive D071, which is the Emergency Preparedness and Response. That is going to be coming into effect February 2nd. All industry users in the municipality have to put forward to the government their emergency response plan. We, as a county, are going to be part of that for industry in our area. Our county will be getting all of the updates on what the new emergency preparedness and responses are for each of these companies. It's going to be a pretty big run out or a fold out, and that is happening. They have to start working on it February 1st. If you want some more, there's a manual number 26 with the provincial government that you can look at for more information. All of the municipalities in Alberta will be getting the plans. So more work for our administration with the whole new part about the emergency preparedness and response. That was an hour and a half, and it was amazing how much stuff that they could cram into an hour and a half. But if you want more information, it's the Directive 071 And the manual is number 26 with the Alberta government.
Thank you very much for the report, Councillor Cermak. Are there any questions for Councillor Cermak? Seeing none, Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, well, and I'd like to mirror everybody else's reports on the training and courses that we've been taking. They've all been very good, very informative. Getting a bit of overload. Was also at the Ag Service Board conference, and just some really interesting highlights that I got from that. The Ag Service Board's been over 80 years it's been in existence. And there's 60, I believe it's 68 boards in Alberta. We got to meet with the Minister of Agriculture. There was a number of resolutions were presented and voted on to be presented to the provincial government. Some of the stuff, the advancements in AI that are coming forward for farming is totally amazing. Just even just one of the highlights they have, like drones are coming in now, but they'll be flying themselves. They'll be able to spot spray on, pick out a noxious weed and spot spray it. So the technology's there already, and then it's just a matter of when it gets mainstream enough that everybody can afford it, right? So it'll obviously be more expensive now, but some of that technology that's available out there just was amazing. And Alberta has the Rat on Rats program and the Squeal on Pigs, which those are relating to the rodents and the wild boars. So it's really interesting, Alberta being rat-free, so that they maintain the border and area inside of our border to keep it rat-free. The issue that they're finding now is into the cities because they're coming in on transport. We've got so much traffic and stuff, the transporter bringing them in from other places. And then, of course, when they offload, usually in the cities, that's where they'll find them, but they get a report to get out on it and fix up. It was really interesting. Same with the Squeal on Pigs. There's a program, just in case everybody isn't aware of it, but if there's sign of wild boars or a sighting, it's investigated to see if it's an actual case. We actually have about 3 small areas in Alberta, and they're mostly up in that kind of that Edmonton corridor towards the Saskatchewan border more. And they're small, relatively small areas, and they're working hard to wipe them out with, they have trappers and that are out there dealing with it if they're reported and stuff. So it's pretty amazing. Again, our technology is really helping us on that, because now with all the cameras and everything we have, and that technology, they'll get live in real time if there's a sighting, and then they can go and verify, or no, it wasn't. It was, it was a bear or whatever, right? Instead of a pig. Anyhow, yeah, that's the stuff I had to report, so I won't take up any more of your time. It was pretty good information.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report, Councillor Humphrey. The Ag Service the conference is a very well attended conference. It's very nice. Are there any questions for Councillor Humphrey at this time? Seeing none, I did attend many of the same things as the balance of council. We had an MPC meeting, so we did tour some of the county to review some of the applications. We had a planning workshop. The consultant that presented that workshop and gave us information spoke in very simple, plain language. I thought he did a very well job, very well done. And I attended the Electoral Boundary Review Commission in Edmonton. when I did have my time to speak at the microphone in front of the commission, they did say that Clearwater County was identified as a hotspot. They've had lots of feedback from many residents, many organizations, and many people. So they were very appreciative of actually the representation from Clearwater County on behalf of council. They did appreciate that and take that into consideration. There was one little thing that I did note while I was there. To change all the boundaries, previously there was many single-family homes in cities that have now been converted, had backyards and trees, but now have been converted into either duplexes or fourplexes or multifamily units, which changes the population density in areas, which is another reason for the boundary review to take place. We had strategic planning yesterday, and that about concludes my report. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion at this time to accept council reports for information. Deputy Reeve McKay makes the motion to accept councillors' verbal reports as information. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favour? That motion is passed. Looking on to correspondence, are there any questions or comments related to any of the items in correspondence? Seeing none, be looking for a motion to accept correspondence as information from the letter from the Honourable Minister Dan Williams and the Rocky Public Library thank you letter to Clearwater County. If I could have a motion. Councillor Cermak. Okay, Councillor Cermak makes a motion to accept correspondence as information. Call the question. All those in favour? Motion is passed. Notices of motion. Seeing no indication of notices of motion. Moving into item number 11 on our agenda, which is closed session. I'd be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Letwin, you're making the motion to go into closed session?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for item 11.
Okay. Councillor Letwin makes the motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favour? That motion is passed. Welcome back from our closed session. We have two motions that we will be voting on here coming out of our closed session. And one will be related to the health professional engagement team. And Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make a motion on this item?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that council appoints Jan Chant to the Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Community Wellness Association for a term effective from January 27, 2026 to October 31st, 2027.
Thank you very much for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. If there is no discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the next item, it is for Council Strategic Planning Facilitator. Is there Deputy Reeve McKay?
I would motion the council approve the hiring of It's Logical Strategic Planning Services to facilitate council's strategic planning sessions for development of Clearwater County Strategic Plan effective 2026.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any clarity, discussion? If not, I will, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Last and final motion for the day, agenda item number 12, which is adjournment. Councillor Powell? Yep. Councillor Powell makes a motion for adjournment. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed and we are adjourned.